Hello. Hello. I have not done this in a long time. I won't lie. What's up, AJ? I see you're here. But what is going on? This is a this is a new occurrence for me. Not new, but like in the fact that I have not done this in a very long time. I cannot remember when the last time I did a live stream was. I think it might have been 2022. So that's I think about a little over 4 years because I remember doing it in early 2022. So this is a I'm nervous. I'm not used to this. I'm not used to live streaming, and let alone a 6.5 hour one at that. But um, what's up, guys? I am glad to be back on here for a change. If you guys have not seen the title, you can probably assume what this is gonna be. This is the Everywhere at the End of Time revisit after 5 years. It's actually been over 5 years. I listened to it on February 4th, 2021, and it is currently February 21st, 2026. So I've aged 5 years. The album has aged 5 years, aged like a fine wine, honestly, because that album is still so good, which is exactly why we're back today. Um, because it's just it's I need to explain something, okay? And I'm gonna go ahead and I should I stay on this screen or should I go stand? I'll stay on this one for a bit longer because I like the art it made. Haha. Um, Everywhere at the End of Time, if you guys don't know, is a musical, basically representation or not simulation, but like similar to a simulation of the effects of the 6 stages of dementia that you might undergo. Um, and it's created by the Caretaker, which is a very talented musical artist who created a lot of experimental music with similar kind of vibes to this. It's very 1930s ballroom-esque music as opposed to change the tone of the music over time to basically match the 6 stages of dementia and the deterioration of the mind that one undergoes while dealing with dementia. Starting off with very lively ballroom music and ending up being pretty much just like drone and static by the end of it. So most streams are people listening to it the first time, so this is actually my second time listening to it, but I need to come clean about something. I need to drink water first. But I need to come clean about something, and it's that the first time I listened to this album, I did it in one of the worst ways possible, I think. So, and I know if you guys are if you guys are familiar at all with my channel on YouTube here, um, I have a very popular video. I think my most popular video on here on my channel is still the Everywhere at the End of Time analysis, pretty much. And that video, I don't like that video. I don't like it. I don't like that I made it because I did it very, very poorly. Because I didn't know what I was talking about. I didn't know what dementia was, really. um, I genuinely thought it was a like a virus or like a sickness. Not it is a sickness, but it's not like a. I thought it was like contagious. I thought you come in contact with somebody with dementia, and it would spread to you, right? And while it was in your body, you would slowly forget how to do things until you forgot how to breathe, and only then would you die from dementia. I made this whole video thinking that that is what dementia was. I don't know what I was. I mean, I was young back then. I mean 5 years younger than I am now. I'm in college now, so that gives you any point of reference. Like I was a little guy back then who didn't know what he was talking about. Uploaded video on YouTube, got I want to say like over 10,000 views, which is huge for someone like me. Oh, sorry. And like I thought that was hilarious to look back and think that I actually uploaded that video thinking that that's what I was talking about and you guys loved it. And I mean, there you go. I kind of got away with it without. Yeah, AJ, you're right. Yeah, in the first draft of the video, I spelled dementia wrong, and AJ had to correct me. If that tells you any point of reference about I how much I knew I was talking about, let's be honest here. I didn't know what I was talking about at all. So with that said, I wanted to re-listen to the album in the right, understanding of the album itself, and not think it's something else. Because another thing I did when I listened to it the first time was I listened to somebody else's reaction to it for the first, I believe, like 3 hours. The first 3 hours, I listened to another person doing their reaction to the album, and then for the last, 3 stages, the second half of the album, I listened to it by myself. That is also not how I want to listen to this. I want to listen to it all the way through in like I'd say one sitting, but I'm gonna have to get up eventually to get a drink or something or pee or whatever. But I want to do better than I did back then because I did it wrong. Do not listen to the album like I did. Like, don't do that. Do it like, well, first of all, however you want to. But like, I'm doing it in a way that I think is way better. It'll give me the right experience. It's also been 5 years since I listened to this, so I'm honestly not really. You could say, oh, he's already listened to it, so it's not gonna be very impactful on his experience because he's already heard it once. Do I know what happens? Sure. Do I know what the end is like? Sure. Do I know what the album basically is from a general standpoint, what it sounds like? Yes. But I mean, there's still 6.5 hours of audio here. I mean, albeit the first like 3 stages have a lot of looping, but there's still, I mean, I don't remember everything. I definitely do not remember everything from this album. And that is where I want to come back and like re-experience it. Because I feel like I don't have enough knowledge of it retained to remember exactly what's going on. So, I'm trying to think what else I need to say. I'm going to talk about a few things about my channel and a few things about, I guess just logistics, what I want to do with the channel, where it might be going in the future. I kind of do this all the time. Every now and then I'm like, hey guys, I'm back from a huge break. And I'm going to talk about things soon. And I never do, which is a good habit to be in if you're wrong about things. So I'm going to probably mention a few things about the channel later into the video because I want to talk about things. And I think a good way to do that is through a stream like this, probably in stages 4, 5, and 6 because they have a lot less actual melodical kind of stuff. It's more just drone, and that seems like you kind of talk over things. So, without further ado, or at least gonna switch off this screen to what's up. Get this off my page. Great start. Yeah. So I didn't know if you could put links in Instagram stories, so I had to do some what's the word? I had to do some advertising, and I forgot to close that tab. So off to a great start. You can tell I haven't streamed in a very long time. Also, don't mind the face cam. It's going to glitch out a lot. It's going to look like I'm using a broken camera, which to a degree I am. I don't know how to fix that, but it's either this or it's that's a really bad face cam. That's really, who needs a good face cam? That's so bad. It's either this or it's going to be about a frame rate of like 0.3 frames per minute. So I had to choose this. So enjoy the messed up face cam. I think it's really aesthetic and it really adds a lot to the experience. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I need to say before I start this because I don't know if there is. And oh yeah, so I think the execution of how I want to go through this album is I want to listen to every track. It's obviously going to loop a couple times. And in each track, I want to try and explain where I'm really good at like imagining scenes of music that I hear in my head, some creative funk in my mind that's like, yeah, I can think of it, I can hear a track, I can picture something that's gonna put with it, and I want to try and put a scene with every track, at least in the first 3 stages, because I know the 4, 5, and 6 are a bit more less melodical, more drone. And so I want to try and put a scene in my mind with each track, tell you guys what they are. And honestly, I just want to enjoy the album because I don't think I properly enjoyed the first one to it 5 years ago. So, for those of you that do not know, this album is also 6.5 hours long. So I'm going to be here until about looking like 10:15 Eastern Standard Time. So grab your drinks, grab your foods, and grab a second batch of drinks and foods because you're gonna need it for 6 hours. I'm gonna have a break at some point to get a drink, food, whatever, probably after stage 3. So without further ado, let's go. Okay, you know what, we should. All right. This one's a classic. You guys don't, if you guys don't know Every Other Time, you've heard this track at least. I feel like this is one of the most iconic. This face cam is really messing with me. This is really messing with me. But you know what? It's fine. We'll make it work. I'm gonna regret doing this very, very quickly, I'm afraid. I feel like there's not gonna be a whole lot of time before I'm wishing I could have spent my Saturday in a nicer way. But you know, everyone needs a little bit of dementia in their lives, so you gotta get my 5 yearly dosage, every 5 years dosage. You know, yeah. When I think of this track, I'm trying to think of like what I think in my head. This is like the track about not knowing what you're about to go through, kind of thing, in my mind. Like you don't know what's to come. It's called "It's Just a Burning Memory," which you know Al Boli, or however you pronounce his name. This is a quote-unquote mix of heartaches, and you'll hear this a lot in the album. I see this as, I think this is like, obviously it's the poster child of this album, and I think I see myself, or not myself, but I see the character. I want to say, is the Caretaker the person in the album that undergoes dementia? I can't remember, but there's some like lore with that. But whatever character it is, I see them just kind of mind their own business. You know, obviously this is the pre-awareness stages. Maybe sitting at their table, reading a nice newspaper. I think this is supposed to be a newspaper on the album cover, so I think that's a connection that's worth making. But I just see them minding their own business, you know, in the comfort of their home with their family. Nothing's wrong yet. Maybe a slight feeling of offness, but just minding their own business. You know, this is the elderly life of reading newspapers at your table in the 1930s. Listen to this on the gramophone, whatever they were called. Let me know if the audio is bad too. I tested it, but I don't think it's too bad. Really doesn't change much or take much to change your demeanor with this. Like I was going into this pretty high hopes, and it's like I forgot how just like you know, just it's not a fun album to listen to. It's not really, like, it is, but it's not like you don't feel better by listening to this music, really. It just kind of first track done. Wow. You can't just do this. You cannot just do this. You cannot just put ads in this. Okay, how do you get to ads? Do you sign in? Is that the solution? I'm signing in. I don't care. Please hold. This is hilarious. Oh, the whole thing is that they didn't put ads on this album. Because I know damn well that when I listened to it the first time, I did not get a single ad. What's that all about? Didn't happen. Didn't happen, guys. Two-factor authentication. My favorite. Anyways, the first track was nice. You know, it's the classic. It's again, the poster child of Every Birthday in Time. Can't hate it. And it's already over, which is, hey, we're already one of, I don't know how many tracks are in this album, but oh my god, this is driving me crazy. Okay. Should not be this difficult to switch to a signed in version of YouTube, but that's just how it is. You can tell I haven't streamed in how many years, because I just don't know how to do this. Very unexperienced, if you will. There's another ad. That's crazy. Okay. It's the same ad. I've gotten it 3 times now. Oh my gosh. We're getting there, guys. We're getting there. Okay. Here. And then go back to this. And then we go back to this. And then we go back to please hold. OBS is, I'm so bad with OBS. I cannot lie about that. There we go. Okay, okay, we're back. We're back. We go back in, press this, and we're on the second track now, right? Nope, still. Okay, and then it's this one. Okay. Nothing happened to anyone. There was never an ad. My face cam was working the whole time. And all is well in the world. Alright. Awesome. Anyways, first track was good. It's classic. Second track, We Don't Have Many Days. This one was, this one's always really, I remember this one more than like most of the others. I feel like it's because of the second one, obviously, but like I like this one a lot. I remember this is one, I feel like this just feels like one of the most sad ones already. Like just in terms of the melodic ones you've seen for the first three stages, it's just like really pulls at your heartstrings. I see an image of like, you know, this old like mansions that people had in the 1930s that definitely people don't still have now. the white marble columns, the white mansions. I see, you know, I see a couple. I see the protagonist, the caretaker, if you will, and their, you know, their partner, their wife, their love, just kind of, you know, dancing on a balcony of this mansion. It just seems like this is like very 1930s like slow dancing music, or alternatively, going to sleep. This is like a very good like sleep song for. In terms of this album, this is one of the best sleep songs you'll get, because later on they get very, you can't sleep to this kind of thing. But what do people talk about when they listen to this album is my question. I feel like it's just, I can't imagine what you talk about during this when you're just listening to the same audio track loop over and over again, but I don't know. I'm trying to think back to what I talked about in my video 5 years ago, and what I was trying to explain was going on in like stage 1. I think it's probably like, oh, you've got the first symptoms of dementia, the first viral symptoms, you know. Don't give it to somebody else, it's contagious. Make sure to wear a mask so you don't spread your dementia. You know, I don't like this. I don't like the looping. No one ever does. But this track especially, because it's such a short track. It's gotta be one of the shortest ones in the album. It's gonna loop again, isn't it? Yeah. Something about the looping is always rubbed me the wrong way. It's gonna go again. Yeah, okay. I think it's funny how this album has been popularized in like media with like the TikTok like schizo posting of 2022. Oh, track's over. I'll continue that thought later. This one is Late Afternoon Drifting. I remember this track, I just don't remember it being the third one. I thought this was like a stage 2 or 3 track. The name alone gives me a scene, kind of, just like... the Afternoon Drifting reminds me of you're frolicking through a field, but that's not what I'd put to this track. This feels a lot more... what's the word? Crushing, you know, devastating. This is not a track I'd put over like frolicking through a field, but I don't know what I'd put over this. I feel like this is a scene of, again, minding your own business amongst your family, amongst your friends, lover, just not knowing anything's wrong. I think stage 1 is supposed to be the, like, you know, pre-conventional day, or pre-awareness stage, in which you know, the caretaker is not aware of what they're about to go through. They don't really understand the weight of the situation. And this track kind of captures that a lot. I think the sound of the piano itself is not depressing or like crushing at all. I think it's the distortion that makes it feel that way. In a way, this reminds me of some song that has like a similar piano sample to this. Like a pop song that I've heard in the last like 5 years that reminds me of the piano sample to this. I can't think of what it is though. Maybe it'll come to me later. But this is another track I feel like just, yeah. What is going on? How do you get ads off of this? This is ridiculous. I cannot believe this. Okay, well, I'm gonna figure out how to not get that happening. Because that's very annoying. I didn't think they'd put ads on an album. I really just think I thought they wouldn't do that. That's like it's never been a problem before. Like I've never heard people having ads on this track, but I guess we'll deal with it because I don't know how to fix it. Womp womp. I'll look into it while I'm listening to the stuff, and we'll try to figure out a solution. But that is very annoying, and I think that's very cheap of YouTube to put ads on it. Maybe because no, I don't feel like this has never had ads on it before. But what do I know? The looping of this track is also very very crushing. I don't like the looping of this one either. It's just like, okay, the first track was nice. The Heartaches one was nice because it wasn't that short. This one, and We Don't Have Any Days, were both like, these are like 3-second loops. And it really just drills into your mind. I'm not getting an ad blocker for this stream. I don't have the time for that. I was already like too stressed setting up the stream in the first place. I had to throw everything together in the last like hour. I had to set up the OBS things. I had to set up I had to reset my stream key and everything after 5 years of not streaming. Not 5 years, 3, 4, I don't know. This has got to be the second longest stream I'll ever do though, because I had that 12-hour live stream from however long ago that was. Still can't believe I did that. Do not recommend. Is this like a major track? Either way, it's over. I've heard this one a lot. This one's... Which one? What is this? Childishly fresh eyes. I cannot speak today. This is one of the ones that I was gonna bring up about the like TikTok like schizo posting with, with like it's a lot of like SpongeBob videos where I don't know how to describe them because it sounds really stupid if I try to describe them like this, but if you know, you know. That's all I'm gonna say. But tracks like this and the last one are both pretty popular through these stupid videos, and love them for that. It is heartbreaking to see the popularization of an album like this for the mass media and TikTok, but at least it's getting recognition. It wasn't that popular back when I listened to it in 2021. Oh. I was not too fond of that. I think this track is a weird loop. It loops abnormally, and I forgot I did that. Because some tracks just like cut off and go to the next one, and that is such an evil feeling. I hate that so much. But it has me on my toes now. At least it's longer than the other two tracks we've heard, or like the two last ones. It's not as repetitive. This feels like the first track where I'd put with like the maybe this screams like I'm okay. I'm okay. There's nothing wrong with me. That stupid loop right there. Okay, yeah. No, but this feels like a very almost denial-ish kind of track, which is funny because I know there's actual denial tracks later on the album, just not yet. Maybe you're out. I think this one's like you're out in the town square kind of thing, 1930s. You're out in the city. Cars ripping by, not ripping by because it's throughout the the really old engine cars, but like bustling city. You're out there. Everything's okay in your mind. You don't realize anything yet. Calm before the storm. This track is not calm at all, so maybe not. This face cam's really bothering me now that I'm looking at it again. This is hilarious. I'm gonna look back at this and be like, what was this stream setup, dude? Like, this is evil. That was a switch. I do not remember this track at all. What's this one called? Slightly Bewildered.
When we found out we were pregnant,
See,
of course we were looking.
that's the problem. That's so hilarious. I need a hotkey to mute desktop audio real fast. I'm so sorry. I don't know how to get rid of those. But they're all 5-second skippable ads, so it's not a huge problem at least. Oh, what was that? I need to turn this up a little bit. Might turn myself up, turn the audio up. I don't like this track, not in quality, but in terms of this is uncomfortable, which I think is the point. I don't like that noise. I'm picturing this one like very vividly in my mind. Protagonist or caretaker is like laying down, living room sofa, very dimly lit room. Just kind of like thinking, just kind of pondering about the life around them. Something is up. Something is up. They know something might be wrong. In fact, they might be slightly bewildered, if you ask me personally. This is a bewildering. So something I've noticed I've developed in the last 4 years of not streaming is that I've lost all ability to speak. So bear with. See, exactly. Bear with me on that. It's bad. It's really bad. I don't know why I didn't remember this track, because this is nice. It's very good for what it's supposed to be, but it's also, I hate that audio. This album is so good. Oh my god. That cutoff just got me so well. Things that are beautiful and transient. I think this is a direct continuation of the last one. I think this is, again, I mean, in the last track I said, the caretaker, the protagonist is sitting or laying on their sofa, laying down, resting after a long day, thinking about things, and this is the dream they go into immediately after falling asleep on said couch or sofa or whatever. They're in their own mind, nothing is wrong. It's like the epitome of like, everything's okay, I'm relaxed, my family loves me, I'm with a lot of happy people, I'm a happy person myself. Nothing is wrong. I'm just enjoying the old days of my life. This one does hurt a bit. This one's like, it's too calming. It's too peaceful. Did not like that, however. That's like a, like plugging in your amp kind of sound. Zero reason to have that in there. That's very unpleasant. Thank you, Caretaker. This is really, really effective. It's just so empty. There's nothing in this track other than this like, just this one instrumentation, and it's so like raw. But they made it really good for what it's supposed to be. This feels very, very. This might be the calm before the storm kind of track, because it is calm. It's too calm. It's the calm. It's the too calm before the too storm. It's just rubs me the wrong way. And now they're gonna do the old amp sound again here in a second. Where is it? Right there. That's evil. That's disgusting. I hate that, and I love it actually. I don't think I could hate this album if I tried. The only thing I will hate is the post-awareness stages. And even then, it's not a hate thing. It's more of a, I'm just tired of listening to this static for... I mean, how long are those stages? I can't remember. Those stages start at just over 2 hours in. So 4.5 hours of time. Hey, remember how I said I was going to regret this pretty soon? Yeah. I know I'm gonna find a better way to spend my Saturday than this, but I've been wanting to do this stream for a long time. I'm wanting to come back to this album. I've been wanting to stream again, and I was gonna do this 2 weeks ago, closer to actually, you know, February 4th when I listened to it 5 years ago, but decided to wait because I think I was busy back then. And today I have nothing going on. And I had all the things done I need to get done for this stream. The art, the OBS was set up in real time right before this started, so we're doing it. This bothers me so much. Cannot stand these ads. All right, next one. B1. All that follows is true. Is this the... It is. This one's nice. This is you waking up from that dream I was talking about last time, and you're talking with someone. Might be your kid, might be your lover, might be something. But you're like, you know, I had the strangest dream last night. I still think stage 1 is supposed to be, yeah, again, mostly be pre-awareness. You're not supposed to know that you're slowly going into the effects of dementia. Which again, I'm trying to make sure I get right this time and don't call it a virus, because it's definitely not one. It's just mental deterioration, right? I should know exactly what this is going into this. Especially, this sun is bothering me. I realize I don't have blackout curtains. This is going to drive me crazy. Can the sun just go down already? I feel like my face cam looks insane with the sun, but you know, it's whatever. At least my concerns. This scene, again, I see them talking. I see them discussing with somebody in their family. Maybe somebody in the family is picking up on what might be happening. Because I know I've met people with certain degrees of dementia in their mind, and it is something that you can notice. And oftentimes they will never really notice it themselves, or they will, and they'll acknowledge it, but obviously you can't just like turn dementia off. It's just kind of in your head. So maybe this is the first like realization of somebody else finding out that, hey, maybe so and so slash the caretaker slash protagonist, you know, they're getting kind of old. They're getting kind of old. Maybe they're I don't know what I'm talking about. Maybe they're were they acting fine around you earlier? You think anything was wrong with them? That kind of thing. Like, you're being talked about. Something that seems a little off, for sure. But, you know, all that follows is true. I think maybe, is this supposed to be the, you're aware now, maybe? I thought stage 2 was like, you're aware of what's happening. Stage 1 is you're like still before awareness. Stage 2 is awareness. Stage 3 is post-awareness. And then stage 4, 5, and 6 are like post, like, well, they're post-awareness, but they're more, like, things are over. Things are, there's no music left. It's just synapses collapsing and very, very popcorn static. B2, an autumnal equinox. I remember this one. Hot take, this is like top three saddest villain songs in this album. I don't know if it's a hot take at all, it's just my take on it. It is, I can vividly picture what this feels like. I feel like I'm on like a bench in a park. I'm in my old days, you know, I'm not at the park for playing anymore or going for walks. I'm just here to enjoy the scenery, the nature. And I feel like this screams like, I'm not gonna live forever, you know. One day I'm not gonna be around anymore. One day people around me aren't gonna be around anymore either. And, you know, everybody gets wiped off the face of Earth at some point. It's very existential, I feel like. And this one, I mean, you're just surrounded by the red leaves, you're just kind of in peace, and you're just thinking about some really depressing stuff, is what I get from this really nice track. It's a really short track. I mean, it's what? It's literally like 14 seconds long, but it's really good at what it does for how short it is. It's just crushing. This one's, it feels, it just keeps going. It just keeps looping. And it's really sad that I don't know. This one's, I like this one a lot. This is one of my favorite ones of stage 1 for sure. I don't feel like many people talked about it that much, or I don't hear it brought up very often. I don't look too much into everything in time, like communities and stuff, but from what I have heard, I feel like this is not a track that is brought up very often. It's always the Heartaches ones. It's always a lot of stuff in stage 3, which is my favorite track, or favorite album, or favorite stage. We'll get there later. But this one's really nice. I feel like I could have a nice mental breakdown to it. That said, it could stop looping. It could move on to the next one. But that's the point. It's supposed to be one more? Yeah. It's supposed to be very repetitive. I remember back when I first listened to it back in 2021, I was like, oh, the repetition is supposed to be reminiscent of trying to remember something. You keep replaying it in your head, and that's like a that's what this was to mean. But I think there's a couple different meanings for the repetition. But here's B3, Quiet Internal Rebellions. I could have sworn this was in stage 3, but, you know, see, I told you, I don't remember everything about this album. Quiet Internal Rebellions. That name alone puts the idea of, no, okay, I'm okay. You know, I had this long depressive episode last night at the park, But inside, I gotta make the most of my last years of life. I gotta. And you don't know you're dying. I don't know how old the character is supposed to be. You could be 60. You could be 90. You could be 70. You could be 67. You could be wherever. But this feels like, again, get out of my head. Like, I'm trying to be hopeful here. I'm trying to enjoy this time of my life. But this overarching feeling of like dread is within me. I gotta get it out. And those are those quiet internal rebellions. You're kind of fighting back against yourself. I do like how this one has a lot more instrumentation, a lot more depth to it. This is a long... See, like, again, the last one had like a 10-second loop. This one's still going. I don't think it's looped once yet, and I like that because it's longer tracks. And some parts in this track feel like they don't know where they're going. Remember that part? That's an evil loop too. I was gonna say, some parts in this track feel like they don't know. Like the beginning of this track feels very, it knows where it's going. It knows like the musical, the melodic like direction. It fits. But near the end there, I feel like there's parts where there's like these melodies that start and they just kind of fade off. And they start again and they fade off. I'll let you know when we get to that part again. But I think that's interesting. For sure. I guess now's a good time to look at the album cover too. I mean, it's iconic. This one in like stage 6 has to be the two most iconic ones in the whole album. I definitely think it's supposed to be a newspaper without any words on it. The shadow is really sharp here, which is really nice. The shadow in here, it's very good at contrast. I think it's just very effective for what it does. I'm trying to remember who did the, is it Ivan Seal? Ivan Seal did the art for this? Really good art. If you look closely enough, I feel like you could even see almost faces in the pages that are facing us. Like the far left one is like a sad face. The middle one is unrecognizable, and then the right one. Okay, no, these are not faces. I don't know where I'm seeing this, but you look at something long enough, and your mind starts to play tricks on you. So, just how it is. Oh. What a transition. What's this one called? The Loves of My Entire Life. Time for a little story time. I think a few years ago, I want to say maybe like 2 years ago, I was sick with COVID. And I did listen to a few, I went back to everything in time. It's like once a year, I go back to this album and I look at it, I go through the comments and I listen to a few snippets of tracks. That's why I might remember a few things. But I remember being sick with COVID like 2 years ago in the winter, and I was doing that same thing. I was listening to a few tracks off of this, not full things, but like again snippets. And I remember hearing this track, and I was fevered. I was out of it. I was going to sleep like right afterwards, and this song was stuck in my head while I was trying to fall asleep, and that really put a bad taste in my mouth, because like, that like descending piano like kind of thing there, the ba ba da ba da ba, that is, this track is weird. I don't know how to describe it. I like it a lot because it's really confusing to me. It sounds like part of it wants to be major, but then parts like this feel so minor, like just two completely opposite things. Because then the other part, I think it'll be here in a second, this. That part sounds very cheerful. Not cheerful, but more cheerful than the other part. And it's like very back and forward. I feel like this is, my scene in my head is that this is an argument between protagonist and maybe the loves of their life. Maybe something happened. Maybe some sort of judgment was made without clear sight on what was happening, possibly due to dementia, and maybe a choice was made that was not the best choice, and they're like trying to figure out, hey, why'd you say that? Why'd you do that? And it's back and forward. It's like, oh, you know, I don't know, it felt right or something. I don't know what I'm talking about. This whole scene idea is making me feel like a crazy person, but you know, maybe I am one for listening to this a second time. This track is just like that part always gets me. I love that descending piano little riff there. But it's like it's heartbreaking. All this is heartbreaking. And just very, very dismal. I forgot how many tracks stage 1 had that were not on other tracks. Because again, I swear this could have been on like stage 2 or 3, but again, I don't remember everything. There's some things I completely forgot about. That scared the crap out of me. Get this stupid ad out of my stream. That's gonna be a problem. I also turned the. I think the audio might have messed up. Is this sound? I think. I need somebody to tell me if the audio is good or not. I think it was around here. If anybody's in chat, let me know if the audio is good, because I definitely had to adjust it for that. Because my first thought of, oh, what was that? That was a weird. Okay, I'm lost. I feel like this is my first time listening to it again. Okay, cool. B5, into each other's eyes. Yeah, I remember this one now. This one's fun. I like this one. Definitely a lot more cheerful. Maybe this is the I'm not really naming scenes as much as I am just like a whole story at this point, but I see this being after whatever argument the last track was about. I see the protagonist and their family, their lover, whoever, on a nice little excursion. It feels like this is another like I'm back in the town kind of track, where I'm out in a bustling city and just things are okay again. This is another I'm okay, nothing's wrong with me. I definitely think that other people are picking up. Oh, wait. I love that part. I think people are picking up on what's happening. I think the protagonists may not realize it themselves, but there's a certain level of fog in their mind, maybe a very, very small amount that they can see through. But I think the people who know them better than themselves, well, nobody knows yourself better than you, but the people who do know these people, again, say lover, family, sisters, brothers, parents, pick up on what's happening here, and it's maybe they start to know things, but you don't. I've seen that happen to people. I've had, you know, grandparents deal with this kind of stuff, and it's an awful feeling to think about that. I won't get into that. I don't want to, but that kind of paints the picture in my head of what this is supposed to be like and what it's supposed to be representing. What an album. I need to cherish the melodic pieces here before we get into stages 4, 5, and 6, because I'm going to be very much regretting doing this when I get to 2 hours in. Which, I mean, mind you, we're already, what, okay, 40-ish No, I'm not 40. I'm blind. 36, almost 37. We have one more track in stage 1 and the run of stage 2, which is pretty hype. About a little less than an hour and a half left till we get to stage 4, and then stage 4 will in the future. I salute you. I don't know why you did this to yourself on a random Saturday. I'm probably gonna have to end up doing like. Okay, yeah. Let me tell you a bit more about the first time I listened to this. I also loaded up Gary's mod. I loaded up single player Gary's mod, and I walked around maps by myself while listening to this. I think it got on like GM Big City, GM. I forget that one map is called, but a very popular like town map. And I would listen to this while walking around single player because I thought that same liminal aesthetic of walking around single player Gary's mod would fit this album very well. And also because my teenager self was like, my attention span will not let me just listen to this album. I have to do something else while listening to it. So as much as I want to enrich myself and do some things like that while listening to the further stages, I'm going to try my best to not. I might have to do some homework because I'm a college student. I got to do things. I got classes to do, bills to pay. And that might be something I have to end up doing in stages like 4, 5, and 6. Here and there, obviously. I know I'm giving a lot of commentary now, but it's mostly to make up for the lack of commentary I'm going to have. God. Making up for the lack of commentary I'm going to have in stages 4, 5, and 6. Because I can try to talk about those, but when we get there, you will see exactly why that is kind of hard to do. My heart will stop enjoying. This is a really good track. That intro alone. Oh, I got like chills. Okay. This is like almost the epitome of I don't care what you guys are saying about me. God. That blaring like that, starting off like that. Beautiful. This is, again, I'm saying this is very much, Allison, I don't care what you guys are saying about me. I might just be acting weird because of this or this. Listen, I'm okay. I'm just getting, getting up there in my age, and I don't know what a scene for this one would be. Gets me every time. All these like not big band, but these like very brass heavy pieces like put me into a city like scene in my mind. I feel like this is something you could see. You're walking down sidewalk and there's a little, I don't know if they had those guys in the 30s where they just play a little like jazz quartet on the street. But that's what I picture with this. I think it's really, really strong, and you are just that's what my scene is. You're walking through the city alone this time. You're not with your family. God, stop doing that. You're with your family. You're not with your family. I'm losing my mind here. And things are wrong. Things are wrong. You're alone, and you're allowed to recognize that things are not right in your mind. You're walking through the city. Things don't feel right. You don't know what it is. There's something within you. Music's blaring all around you, sounds like this. And you're trying to think to yourself, what the hell's wrong with me? What's going on? You have that clarity still, so you're trying to think, is that how it ends? I forgot how good this album was. Okay. Stage 2. We're getting there, guys. We're already a third of the way there. So it's called Stage 2. I believe there's an actual name for it. I don't want to scroll too far down. Yeah, a losing battle is raging. That's what this one is called. This screams I don't know. Stage 2 is, if there's one stage I don't know better than the rest, it is Stage 2. I love Stage 3. That's my favorite one. I love Stage 1. It's iconic. Stages 4, 5, and 6, I guess I don't know that one that much, because or those 3, because it's very, very, very hard to remember what each part of those albums or those tracks, those stages sound like. An earlier track I mentioned today, I said it had like a lack of direction to it. Notes were just kind of all over the place. It was just kind of going where I feel like it felt it wanted to go. And that, I see that in this already. That same like sound in the background, I think I've compared it to a train before. But again, these melodies don't feel like they know where they're going. They feel like they're just kind of aimlessly going around up and down, and it feels like trying to find like solace within yourself in a time like this. I mentioned the last track was like you're in the city by yourself, you're kind of thinking something's wrong. This feels like trying to really take time to accept that's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. Might not be, because you know how the stages progress, but trying to reassure yourself. But in the end, despite all of your hopes and your reassurances, a losing battle is raging. Say that again. Was there a Heartaches reprise in Stage 1? Or was it only the one Heartaches track, the first one? I didn't hear any other Heartaches in there. I don't know. Has this track looped? And also that is getting louder. I'm not crazy, right? They sound like footsteps. I'm not too crazy about that. Personally, not too crazy. What an ending too. That static is. An ad's gonna pop up in a second. I'm ready for the ad. Hit me with it. Hit me with it. I know it's coming. Give me the ad. Yep. See. Got it. Genuinely levels the TS. Misplaced in time. C2. This is the right? Yeah. This one hurts. This one is not pleasant to listen to. Not again, not in quality, but in theming, and the sound of it by itself is just like, could you be any more dreary? Yeah. I don't know where I'd put a scene of this in my head. Misplaced in Time is an interesting name, because I'm not sure where I'd put that really. It can mean a lot of things. Misplaced in Time. Because one of these is basically a track about finding out. It's a diagnosis or something. I don't want to look ahead too far, but I know there's a track in stage 2 that's, I think, supposed to directly represent the diagnoses being told by a professional or something that you're likely experiencing symptoms of dementia, given your age, given your conditions. This feels like almost a reprise of the track I said from earlier, where you're kind of laying back in your living area, and you're thinking, you know, what's going on with my life? What's up? Something's not right. I don't know how to deal with it. I'm just kind of pondering, thinking about my life, thinking about the environment around me, just kind of sitting there, taking it all in, and not knowing what to do with it. What an intro too. There's like a whining behind it. It sounds almost like a choir, but I don't think there's any choir in this until like a certain part later on. That if you know, you know. Maybe this is also a reprise of Autumnal Equinox, where you're in that, you know, that park setting with the leaves around you. Maybe this feels like winter almost. Maybe this is the winter after that Autumnal Equinox track, where everything's kind of dead around you now. All the trees don't have their leaves anymore. Snow is everywhere. You're by yourself. You're just like, man, you know, things are. I can't feel right. Something in my head is not letting me feel the way I've felt the last however many years of my life. Something is blocking me. There is some filter between me and the way I want to feel. How's it going, guys? This is literally the album of doom and despair, if you ask me. Forget any death consciousness. Forget any Duster, Jeff Buckley. Forget any Sign Crush's Motorist. Forget any what else is there? Forget any of those albums. This is the album of doom and despair and sadness. Here's Heartaches. Heartaches. What does it matter how my heart breaks? Yeah. What's this one called? What does it matter how my heart breaks? Yeah. Okay. That's good. Such a sacred thing to me. This album's rough. I think I framed the first Heartaches track as being, you know, you're sitting, kitchen table, newspaper up, reading about the new happenings of the world. This feels like you're doing that again, but obviously all the fog in your mind, the uncertainty, the struggles within are more prevalent. Not diagnosed yet, so I think we're still pre-awareness stages for sure, but getting there. I'm not surprised if the diagnosis track is in the next like 3 or 4. So I know it's in stage 2. Maybe in this scene you're not looking at the newspaper. Instead you're looking out the window at the rain, at the streets. Maybe you got the pipe. You got the pipe, you know. Looking a little rainy out there, isn't it today, hon? That's. And she's like, John, what are you talking about? It's like 90 degrees and sunny. Let's see, this is genuinely levels to TS. I should be an actor. It's freezing in my room right now. I'm not turning my heater on because it's loud. Hit me with the ad, and there's an ad, yep. It was nice to hear Heartaches again. I'm glad we got another iteration of that, and we'll have more coming up soon. This is Glimpses of Hope in Trying Times. I remember this one. I remember the intro at least. I'm just gonna say silent during the intro because this is interesting. This is like no other track on this album. This is literally like nothing else. There's not a single other track on this album that sounds like this. Something about that like almost sonar sounding. It sounds way more. Oh, hello. Way more ambient than anything you'll hear in the first few stages. And this is very much like something unwell is happening behind the scenes, behind your mind. Something malicious is brewing. This feels. Actually, I'm gonna shut up. I want to listen to this. This feels like you're looking at yourself in a mirror. It is dark in the room, dimly lit. You're looking at yourself in the mirror, and it's not knowing who's looking at you back. Not that this is not a jump to dementia. It's not like, I don't know who I'm looking at. It's like, that person, I don't know them the way I should. I should know myself. I'm looking at my reflection here. God. This is the diagnosis track, isn't it? This is. I think this is. Because that screams finding out something you didn't want to know. That's the awareness right there. You know now. This one's really good. And not in a way that like I want to listen to it ever again, but like for what it does. It's evil. This is an evil track. But as I was saying, it's not knowing. I wanted to say that the scene in my head for this initially was the mirror scene. It was the not knowing who was looking at you back, figuring out there's some difference between me and the person in the reflection. One of them thinks differently than the other, and that's weird. How's that the case? But no, this. I think this is supposed to be. You found out what's happening. You know, this is a condition that's gonna be with you the rest of your life. It's gonna make things harder. It's not gonna make anything easier. You're not gonna know who you are anymore. You're not gonna know yourself. People won't know yourself. You're gonna slowly kind of deteriorate. And that is exactly what that giant swell felt like in the middle of this. That was a lot. It was quite a bit. What a track, though. I don't remember that one as much as I should. Surrendering to Despair. It's take both of those scenes I described in the last track, both the mirror one and the diagnoses one. Those can come from two totally different places. One could be in the safety of your own home. One could be at a clinical office kind of thing. This track is where both of those would lead to, and that is... I'm already kind of like struggling over here. Both of them lead to... I have this vivid picture in my mind. This is you're with your lover. You're with your partner, and you're kind of explaining what you think is happening. You're kind of complaining about it, because you still have the clarity. You still have clarity until maybe stage 4. But this is an embrace. This is a long, heartfelt hug, or some sort of comfort, you know. This is you sobbing. This is you crying to them about, you know, I don't know what's gonna happen. I don't know what the future's gonna look like. I don't know how I'm gonna act in a week, a month, a year. I don't know what's gonna happen to me. You're scared. You're obviously like, you know, you just got hit with the truck, knowing that you are dealing with something like this. It is developed in your mind, and you have to live with it now. You don't want it in your mind, obviously. It's not something you want to deal with, but this is something that is happening. And you're finding comfort. You're trying and find comfort for what's happening. This is a scary time, obviously. This is, you know, you don't know what's going to happen to yourself. And I think surrendering to despair, that's where the idea of, you know, you're like losing control. You're losing composure. I don't know. And there's those footsteps again. I wish I knew what those were about. Here comes an ad, by the way. I know there's going to be one. It's playing again. It's playing again. I did not expect that. Okay. think the length of this track is another really good touch. This feels like a long one. I mean, like the last one was long, but this one feels like it's been gone for a while. It might end in a second, but like it feels, yeah, it's ending now. But that was nice. Here's an ad. I know it's gonna be one. Yeah. Okay. We're getting there, guys. We're getting there. Making progress. I still feel as though I am me. Don't we all? Stage 2 is the saddest album. Saddest stage. Changed my mind. Stage 2 is the hardest one to listen to. Not in terms of quality, but in terms of like, I cannot listen to this without crying. Stage 2 is where it's at. I don't know what this track is. I feel like I've never heard this in my life, but what a track. I genuinely just do not remember this one at all. I really don't. This feels like the morning after. Morning after that whole scene I described last time with, you know, you're kind of crumbling under the pressure. You're finding solace in your partner, your close ones. You're crying to them. You're scared. Don't know what's gonna happen. This is the morning after. Sun is rising, and you are going forward knowing that things are never gonna be the same. You know this now. Before you might have had an idea, but this is something you know now, and you have to accept it. Womp womp. This feels like this screams. It's like springtime. Again, sun's coming up, flowers are blooming, but you're not. You're doing the opposite. You're shriveling up slowly. And I gotta choose my words very carefully because I just do not come across as what I was talking about 4 or 5 years ago, where I was like, dementia is a viral sickness and it's gonna spread from you to the other person. I want to make sure I describe dementia in a way that actually does it justice, and I'm not just spreading the misinformation like I did last time. Not that I hope that any of you guys believed me, but just to avoid that happening again, you know. Got it. A little bit less that time, but you know, dogs are cute at least. This one is Quiet to Dusk, Coming Early. And so far sounds margins happier than the last 2 tracks we've heard. Last 3 tracks we've heard. Obviously, that does not mean it's supposed to be happy in any way, shape, or form, because this is still everywhere at the end of time, of course. But to a degree, it sounds a bit happier. Maybe in a way, you found a bit of peace knowing what's happening now. Before you weren't sure, but now you look at yourself in the mirror, and instead of being like, I don't know who this person is, I don't know what they're thinking, what I'm thinking, there's some sort of discord between the two thinkers here. At least now you know what that discord is. Now you know what might be happening to you. It's not something you want to know, obviously. It's not something you want to accept, but at least you aren't in the dark anymore with what's going on. For now, at least. Because for the most part of stages 1, 2, and 3, again, you know relatively who you are. I think the clarity in your mind it leaves around stage 4 in this album. So, if I remember correctly, of course. I could be wrong. I had to do an audio check, so forgive me for... I'm going to listen, but I'm going to not stop talking for a second. Yeah, audio's good. Okay. I hear very, very small hints of of heartaches in here. I don't think there are any, but traces, very trace amounts. No, this is... Is this stage 3? Is this Back There Benjamin already? I recognize that melody. I just can't place what it is. But we'll see. Yeah, that's Back There Benjamin. I did not know this was... I didn't know you heard that melody this early on. That's cool. I'm a sucker for leitmotifs and knowing and picking up melodies in 2 different parts. I cannot get enough of those. If that's the ending of this track, that's a really, really nice and sweet ending. Ooh, didn't like that. It was a good ending until it cut off early. But this one is called Last Moments of Pure Recall, which I think speaks for itself. This is the last... These are the last moments of... maybe, I don't know, I was under the impression that, you had the... What's it called? The clarity in your mind until stage 4, but maybe, just maybe, it happens a little earlier. Interesting. I remember this one now. I think a scene for this one is maybe someone close to you is having, or this is like a holiday that you're trying to enjoy amongst all the this is a holiday you're trying to enjoy through all the fog, the what have you. I can't think straight. Say like it's your child's birthday or something. It's your child's birthday. It's a happy day. It's a very cheerful day. Supposed to be very happy about it. And you're trying to see through the fog in your mind. You're trying to see through the cloudiness to enjoy this moment with him or her or them. And in the moment, it feels fine. This is a track, I don't think this is a track where it's supposed to be like a very dismal situation. Other than the fact that this is one of the last non-dismal situations you'll really feel. I feel like this is one of the last hurrah kind of thing. Like, not much past this is going to be friendly to you. But in the moment, it feels nice. You're just putting off that soul-crushing feeling for later on. Yeah. That's exactly what's happening. Out of my room a little bit. It's getting dark in here. Sun's down at least. Not down, like down, but it's cloudy now, so I don't have to worry about the blinding light of God in my face. I can't remember the last time I had a face cam on in anything. Because I know the last live stream I did was Gang Beast in 2022. There's no face cam in that. I don't know when the last time I had a face cam on was, so... Wow. What a surprise. We're back. More on this later when we're not in songs that I shouldn't be talking over. This sounds almost like Christmas to me. This is like it's like almost like Christmas feeling song. Oh, now it's over. How many more tracks do we have in stage 2? Denial Unraveling, D4. Okay. I'm not sure what I describe this one as. I feel like there's not a lot of scenes playing in my head when I think about it. To be fair, I do not have much for this one. Denial Unraveling is a strong name. I think it puts a very good picture in my mind of what this is supposed to be trying to represent. It's obviously denial, like, kind of going through your mind, like... But I feel like a Denial Unraveling track like this belongs in stage 1, or like early stage 2. But I think where they put it is not a bad choice by any means. I think maybe this is like... I don't know. This could be hoping and praying that, you know, maybe it's all in your head. Maybe nothing's wrong at all. Maybe, just maybe, you can live, you know, the rest of your life in a more clean way, a more clean slate, a more clear and less obscured manner. But it's not the case, as you know. But the denial is there. Denial is it's present, and that's what this track is about. Trying to delay the inevitable, I guess, which isn't really what I'm thinking fits here that well. But not accepting things. Again, denial. That's the big thing with this one. I can't think of a good like scene for this, but some tracks are just like that. I feel like there's gonna be a couple of tracks where I just don't know what to say about them with this whole scene idea. The way ahead feels lonely. This is the last track in stage 2. Yeah, okay. See, I don't remember this one at all either. I just do not remember this track being in the album in the slightest. I think stage 2, I was right. Yeah, I think this is the one I know the least about, or like know the least tracks from. But it's good in its own way. Stage 2 feels like its own separate album. The way it kind of started off with this like opening kind of feeling, and in the middle of it, there's that huge realization of knowing what's going on. And this feels like a good like closer almost. Like this feels like a really strong closing track for this stage. Obviously the name itself implies, the way ahead feels lonely. I feel like that's a good it's a good name for getting a scene of maybe you're just you're by yourself again. Maybe you're walking through the city again. I think the last one of stage 1 I said was walking through the city alone. It's gonna be the same thing. No bands are outside playing this time. It's very, very dead outside, dead of winter maybe. And you're just facing the truth still. The last one was about denial. This one's about, acceptance in a way. Things are not gonna be the same. That dissension there was really nasty. I liked that. The first track of stage 2 felt like blooming almost. The first few felt like blooming, but these last ones have felt like closing back up. I don't know how to describe that. Sun's going up, sun's going down kind of thing. Like, and all that follows is the night. It's the dead flowers, it's the dead trees, it's lifeless. And frankly terrifying. Wind chimes are nice. That part not so much. This chromatic like dissension is really stage 2 is I've come to like stage 2 a lot more than I think I did before. It's really strong in a lot of different ways.
When we found out we were
I knew it was gonna happen. Right at the end of the stage 2. Come on. Okay. Stage 2's over. Forgot it started like that. Stage 3. Where do I even begin with this stage? Really good stage. This is Back There Benjamin, right? Yeah. This is a really good stage. I kind of forget where stage 3 falls in the the timeline of the caretaker and stuff, and knowing where how things are being dealt with. I forget if this is like during awareness, if this is post awareness, if this is like post clarity. Like you don't know where. Are you still lucid in this stage? Because this track feels like you're starting to just not be yourself anymore. You're starting to just not be who you used to be. People around you know now. They figured things out. You are just something that you cannot really be taken. Everything you say is taken with a grain of salt, you know. Obviously, you don't want to change out of who you are. This is nothing that you are like trying to do to yourself, but like you are just not the same person anymore. I think this is another big city kind of sounding track. You're out there in public, people around you, and in your mind, you got a big, you're confident. You got a big smile on your face. In your mind, you're like, wow, the city's beautiful. Look at these bands playing. But no, that's not. It's not who you are inside, really. I feel like this track is almost, it's losing lucidity. It's strong. This is one of the most iconic ones in the album, without a doubt. This used to be one of my favorites. I think it still probably is. I've come to like a lot of the ones in stage 2 now. I feel like upon a good listen to it, I've figured out how much I like that one, or how much I like stage 2. This is really strong. But by no means is stage 3 bad now. It's really good. There's a lot of different tracks in here we'll get to. It's definitely the most like diverse stage. I remember there being a lot of different types of sounding, or like sound in this one stage. Lots of different instrumentations, lots of different aesthetics, vibes. But a good way to start is with this big blaring band in your face kind of thing. And the like dissonance almost you hear in it sounds like its own rebuttal to itself. This is again like your body's fighting against itself almost. And I think this track captures that like perfectly. And the echo in that, like, in those pops in the background, it's like echoing. It's my whole body just like shriveled up for that. What an ending. And heartbreaks. Okay, this is another heartaches one. Evil transition. I'm still getting over that. This track, it's heartaches again. I want to bring back the recurring theme of heartaches being, you know, you're minding your own business. Same kitchen table. I think you're reading the newspaper again. So in the first one, it was newspaper. Second one, it was you're kind of like zoning out. You're looking around. This one is you're back to the newspaper, but you're not you're not taking in anything on it. You're just kind of staring at it. You're reading it, but you're not processing it. It's just kind of like, yeah, I can. You know, sounds really nice right now. So I sit down and read this newspaper, and then just zone out. you're trying to be like yourself again, maybe. Or maybe this is more of a like, how'd I put it? Just a non-lucid kind of thing. You don't really know what you're doing. You just kind of maybe you got up in the middle of the night or something. You got up in the middle of the night, out of nowhere, borderline sleepwalking to your kitchen, whatever, to go just read the newspaper. And you know, maybe somebody sees you. Hey, come back to bed. What are you doing? And you're there. No, you hear about the the new ballroom they installed, and like you just kind of. I like that. I like that scene a lot. Actually, it's really stupid. You're doing things that just don't make sense anymore, and it feels right to you. But obviously, other people are gonna be like, "Hey, why are you up at 4 in the morning reading the newspaper? Go to sleep." Is Shakespeare really dead, or is he in my body? Let's be honest. I should be a writer. I should be a philosopher. These scenes are too good to be nothing at all. I think we're effectively like a... No, we're not. I was gonna say we're a third of the way through the album, but we just are not. We're not at all. A third is here, which is incredibly discouraging. I'm going to regret this so much. I actually just do not want to do stages 4, 5, and 6, but I'm going to, because that's how it is. I could have spent my Saturdays in a much better way doing something else, but I'll get to why I chose today a bit later, I think, because I got an announcement this morning about something, and there's something I want to stream like next week as well. I'll get to that later. Really solid track though. This one is good. Evil transition though. Don't do that again. You scared me. Is this next one the one I used to like? Yeah, Hidden Sea, Buried Deep. This used to be my favorite one. I don't know why. I thought it was so interesting that it just kept repeating. This has to be like the shortest one in the album, the shortest loop. It's the same little piano riff. It sounds almost like a steel pan. And I had this stupid image in my mind back when I listened to it back in 2021, where you're in this. This has nothing to do with anything, by the way. You're in this completely dimly lit, like, kids like play place, and there's this little like pirate themed ride, and it's just like playing this type of music over and over again. It's all abandoned. This has nothing to do with anything I've described so far in the album, but I had this stupid image in my mind. It's burning. It's just like I thought about this back then. It hasn't left my mind, and that's all I think when I think of this song. Is this stupid little pirate ride. You like insert coins to ride the ride here, whatever. And it's this pirate themed ride that plays this stupid track. I don't want to say pirate. Some nautical themed thing. Because this sounds like a steel pan to me. I know it's not. I know it's piano, but I had this. I don't know why I thought about this every single time, and I like this track so much. I loved it. It was like my favorite one for a while. It's definitely not anymore. I don't think it's all that, but I had this stupid this image in my head. I had to get that out, you know, because it's ridiculous. But now I'd say this track, I don't know. I don't have a scene for it. We'll say the scene for this one is. Oh my god. That was a lot. LeBay's all joyful camaraderie. Okay, and this one you're in a car. You're in a car. You are in the passenger seat. Just wow. The city's beautiful. Right? Right, driver? And they're like, you said that 3 times. But yeah, it's really pretty, man. Oh, that intro, though. That was terrifying. I do not remember that being there at all. There are a few transitions where I'm like, oh yeah, I've heard that one had a really bad transition into. I remember stage 3 being a very rough transition to get into. But this one, I do not remember at all when you got into it. And that was actually... I mean, I jumped. You saw. Like, that was rough. This is a reiteration of Back There Benjamin, I'm pretty sure, so... I'm not ready for stage 3, actually. I don't think I'm ready for the rest of this album has to offer, because if that transition got me that bad, I don't know what else is gonna come and what's gonna get me. I might, I'm curious. Can I, like... I would love to refresh the chat and have it not be the same messages that have been up for the last, almost 2 hours. But we'll see. So I also want my face cam a bit bigger, too, so I might do some adjusting, actually. Let's move this down a little bit. I think that works. Because this is mostly a reaction stream, not a, hey, look at the thing on the screen. Because it's just the same album cover. This is going to be a... No, it's not. It's not a ad. Okay. To the Minimal Great Hidden, E5. I do not remember this one. I'm glad they've kind of introduced a more ambient track. Again, not very melodic this time, which I think is a good setup for the next 3 stages. There's a lot more listenable in the next 3 stages, though. Oh, just get that off my. That last track, my scene of mind was a. You're like falling asleep, and your mind is, you're just trying to. I don't know. I don't have a scene for the last one because I didn't think about it in time. Apparently, I didn't realize the track would be that short. But here's this track. Sublime Beyond Loss. I don't remember this one at all either. But anyways, the last track, I can probably come up with something for that. I think the image of you being, you're falling asleep, and you're trying to basically fight off the some thoughts, very, very rebuting thoughts in your head between 2 things. A lot to do with what's gonna happen for the rest of your life. You know, it's very depressive stuff. And it's just a rough night. It's raining outside. You know, it's really really atmospheric in a very dismal way. This one, however, Sublime Beyond Loss. It's starting to sound like stage 4. It really is. It's starting to sound like those stages where things are all over the place. Volume is being, yeah, the volume mixer. I mean, look at my hand. It's like with the glitching, it's even better. But like you're just kind of doing this with the volume slider, and it's what these songs sound like. I see where I am in this one. I see a scene. I see I'm attending a concert. Sorry, my hair is bothering me. Face cam is bigger. I have to make sure I adjust my hair every 5 seconds. Anyways, I see myself in a concert. I don't remember this one at all. Was this always in the album? I don't know, but at a concert, and you're obviously you're not very lucid. You're just kind of taking in the sounds. Things don't sound right. You think it sounds great. Hey, this concert sounds great. You know. You said that 3 times already. Again, it's. Oh my god, dude. I forgot how evil this album was. Anyways, the last one was a concert. I think I think I explained it pretty well. I remember this one. Bewildered in Other Eyes. This is the token music box one that I think I mentioned in the video a couple times, being like, oh my god, this one's so creepy because it's like a music box and it's scary. Honestly, I don't think it's that bad. I think the scene I see with this one is maybe you're hanging out with your children. Say with your daughter or your son or whatever. And you're trying to play with them, you know, play with their toys or something. Hey, got this little race car here. Check this out. Blah, blah, blah. Whatever they had in the 1930s in terms of, like, I guess, like, dolls are more common. But you just cannot play with them. You are just, like, you are not playful. You are acting just, like, your child's like, hey, Mom, is something wrong with Dad? Like, he's acting weird. He's having more fun with these dolls than I am. He's acting all strange. And I think they how to describe this one. You're not able to properly communicate and have quality time with some people, including, you know, your children. And it's a harsh realization. Track's already over, so look at that. Long-term dusk glimpses. We heard this one in stage 1, didn't we? Quiet dusk coming early or something. Yeah, here it is in D2, stage 2. Maybe it's 2 completely different tracks. I know we've heard this track before, this melody. We've heard it at least once. I forget what I said for it. I don't know what this one reminds me of. This feels like a bit more of a lucid song. I feel like you're not totally out of it in this one. I feel like maybe you got some life in you today. Maybe you're making reprimands for some of the, like, maybe you're like, hey, remember when I'm sorry, I was at that concert with you the other day and I want to show about how cool it was. I said it like 6 different times. And they're like, oh, it's okay. You know, let's get you to bed. These ones are harder to figure out what they remind me of in a way because of the lucidity or the lack of bliss, the lack of clarity. Completely different sound, to be honest. I don't know how I'd describe a lot of this. I mean, I only have so many more scenes I have to depict in my mind before we get to the stages 4, 5, and 6, where I will not be able to produce a scene in my head. I could also see this scene being you're at a your dinner table with your family, some extended family coming over. You know, you're probably the oldest person there. Let's be honest. You're the grandpa. You're the grandma. You're the grandparent. Everyone's having a good time. Children running around. Adults are talking. The youth are bonding with each other. But you're just kind of sitting there eating your food, not really taking what's happening around you. It's all kind of a blur to you. I think that's what I'm seeing in this. This does get very, in a way, cozy song. Or I guess by cozy, I mean you're in the safety of your own home, but not in the safety of your own mind, I guess. Write that one down. Gradations of Arm's Length, F1. I don't know this one by name or sound initially. We'll see. I don't see anything in this one. I don't see any scenes, really. Maybe just kind of... I'm sorry I didn't have a scene for that one. I just could not think of anything. It felt like just pure bliss, pure just like numbness. This one came in strong. I know this one. I've heard this one before. Drifting time is placed. Yeah. Okay. That scared me. Very vivid scene in my head for this one. I know I've already mentioned like there was one where you were kind of walking around at midnight or whatever, just late at night, or you were reading the newspaper at like 4 in the morning or something. That's what it was. This one I see. You're supposed to be asleep, but you are just wandering the halls of your house, your mansion, wherever you live. You're walking by all the things in your place. Oh, hey, this grandfather clock looks really nice. Or, oh, hey, this painting. When did it get here? This is a really nice house. I should live here. Just going up and down the stairs. It's like pitch black, mind you. And you're just kind of waltzing around. Eventually someone's like, hey, go to bed, old man. You're supposed to be asleep 3 hours ago. But you're like, no, it's a really nice house. I want to live here. Can I live with you? Right? I can live with you, right? And like, hey, you're my husband. Come to sleep, please. Is what something I can picture with this. I sound like an absolute lunatic saying all these things, but it's just what comes to my mind, unfortunately. This is a fan favorite. I've heard other people like this one. I agree. It's really good. Not too much else like it on the album. It's definitely drifting out, which is cool. It's a new type of outro, or a new type of like ending to a track we haven't really heard before. It's just like a fade out. Usually it's, oh, well, it came back in, I guess. But usually it's like a very abrupt cutoff, or the track just like actually ends. But having one where like the main melody just continues but gets quieter is a, I don't think we really have had many of those yet in this. That crackling sound, we haven't heard much of that since like stage 1, in my opinion. But it's back. And I have a bad feeling it's going to stay until the end of the album. Not that it's a bad feature to have in the album. It's very fitting for what this is. But it's kind of hard to listen to sometimes, especially when you have to face, 4.5 hours of them. We're almost to stage 4. Joy. Can't wait. Probably be an ad, I'm betting. There's that fade out I was talking about. But here's the ad. I know this is where an ad's going to be at the end of this. Hit me with it. Come on. It's coming back in. Does this track ever end? I'm okay with it not. This is a lot more listenable than what we had to listen to later. I don't know, I just got scared. No ad. This one is Internal Bewildered World. I remember this one now. This is the groaning. This one's rough. I've had this picture in my head for a while of, I think back then I pictured it as you're like a hospital worker. You're not the caretaker in this one. I think you're like somebody taking care of the caretaker or the protagonist. My old analogy was like you're in a hospital, you're a hospital worker at night, and maybe a nursing home is more fitting, but protagonist is humming, groaning, singing to himself in their room, and you just hear it echoing down the halls, and this is what it sounds like. But I kind of want to change my depiction of that. I feel like this could be also a scene of almost like a cry for help in a way. You know how when you're a kid and you have like nightmares and you wake up and you're like, oh my god, mom, dad, like calling from your room because you're too scared to leave your bed. I feel like that's kind of what this reminds me of. I feel like I could see the protagonist being scared of themselves, of where they are, not knowing where they are. They act lost, and they're calling out for help to maybe their lover, maybe their children or something. Just like, hey, come help me. I just heard something, I don't know what that was. But calling for help, I think. Really dissonant track, really interesting. I used to be scared of this one. This is like the scariest track on the album for me for a while, because it's like, oh, it's all like, it's groaning, it's whining, it's scary, but think it's more sad than anything. More just like heartbreaking. Calling for help to somebody like that when you are, I mean, you're old. You're not scared of like nightmares. You're not scared of the dark really. You're wise. But in this scenario, you are nothing more than a scared like kid in your head. You're like, I don't know where I am. I'm lost. You know, someone please come help me. I don't know. I know the next one's gonna be loud and it's gonna scare me. I'm already betting on it. I swear I keep hearing something. I'm losing my mind over here. Yep, there's the ad. Okay. I was waiting for that. This is Heartaches again. Burning despair does ache. That it does. Oh. This is really getting to stage 4 territory here. I hear it now. Loud and clear. This is this is you're at that same table that you've read that newspaper at a couple times. But you're just there, you're just sitting there like this. You're just sitting there lost. You're just kind of like just zoning out. You have nothing going through your head. And someone's like, hey, you good? And you're just kind of like, yeah, hey. What's your name again? That kind of stuff. We're that far into this experience where I feel like I can start saying like, yeah, you're forgetting things now. And if you're like, if you thought the way I thought in 2021, make sure you don't forget how to breathe because that's how you die. I can't believe I actually thought that for the longest time, that you died from dementia because you'd forget how to breathe and you'd suffocate to death. And nobody corrected me. Hilarious. Are we almost done with stage 3? We have 1, 2, 3. 3 more songs. This is Aching Cavern Without Lucidity. This is F5. Without lucidity. That has to just straight up mean there's no conscience in this one. There's no proper psyche. This is all just kind of like looking through the fog in your head. I'm not sure how advanced photography was in the 1930s. I don't think it was very like advanced at all. But maybe you found a souvenir or a trinket or something from a memory you're very fond of in your life. Awful. I did not think that track was going to end that soon. I was getting to my explanation. Okay. That scared me. Anyways, in the last one, you found an object from your past. Something very important to you. You're just kind of looking at it. And instead of being like, oh, this is back when me and so first met. And we fell in love, we got married and had kids or whatever. Like, but now you're looking at that same souvenir and you're just kind of like, there's nothing. It's nothingness. You're looking at it. It's just an extra object in your room. That's it. This one is an empty bliss beyond this world, and this is the other album, right? There's an album by the same name that the Caretaker made that I did kind of want to listen to before this one. I wanted to do another stream where I listened to an empty bliss beyond this world because I heard it's also really good, but I just didn't have the time to listen to that before this. I think it's somewhere. I want to say I've heard it's like a stage 0 to this album where you can listen to it before stage 1, but if I had more time, I totally would have. This feels like another Christmas setting. I feel like you're at a holiday with your family again, and this time you are just not. You're not there. You're there, but you're not. You're kind of just like. They brought you along so that you wouldn't be alone. That's the only reason they brought you along. Because you were not there in your own mind. You're kind of just out of it. Sure, to them, you might be super talkative. You might be like, hey, what's your name again? What do you want for Christmas? You want one of these or something? You want this new toy or whatever? But in your own mind, you're just like out. You're not there. You're not present. I think it's how I'd depict this. Which I know I keep using the same like recurring themes. It's either like, I don't know. I guess I'm creative, but like I can only go so far with some of these tracks when a lot of them sound very similar. In the best way possible, of course. But we're getting there though, guys. Almost a third of the way there, which is actually ridiculous to say. But we got a lot to get through. I mean, it's almost 6 o'clock now, so stage 4 is going to start at actually right about 6 o'clock on the dot. Then stage 5 will be at around 7:30. Stage 6 will be about 9. It's gonna be a long evening, guys. Scare the crap out of me again. You gotta stop doing that to me. You gotta stop doing that to me, man. I'm gonna replay that intro actually because it's very iconic. Is this the last one? No, second to last. Okay. This is I know Le Bay Delay or Le Bay something is a very, very popular track on Empty Bliss Beyond This World. I'm pretty sure at least. And I think this is a obviously very, very heavily edited and dissonant version of that track. This one reminds me because this feels like another. Ba, 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 ba. Boy, it's really good. This one reminds me of something. I just can't picture what yet. I think maybe I got nothing for this one. I can't think of a scene in my head for this. Cannot lie about that. Maybe you're at like a store or something. You're at this store. Again, you're brought along because you can't be alone. But maybe I think maybe you've wandered off from the rest of the store. I'm thinking like giant like warehouse kind of store. I know that they might not have had stuff like that in the 30s, but just kind of wandering. You've wandered off from the crowd. They're looking for you, but you're looking around just like lost, you know. And this kind of music was playing in the store. Again, I don't know if stores even had music back. They totally didn't. They didn't have speakers back in the 1930s. But like today, I'm thinking to myself when like an IKEA like warehouse, you know, the warehouse at the end of an IKEA, and you're just by yourself looking around like, where am I? This face cam really bothered me too. I'm like, I'm looking at that more. It's really funny how bad that is, but. So it goes. Is this Heartaches? I wish someone was in chat. I would ask if this is Heartaches. This sounds like Heartaches. This is Mournful Camaraderie. It's the last actual track we'll hear today. This is, I think there's lucidity here. I think you can see through the fog for a little bit. I see the protagonist in another embrace with their lover. I see them, you know, they're trying to comfort them, trying to comfort the caretaker protagonist. I almost want to like imagine those like swelling and unswelling drones in the background, the wow, that kind of sound, as almost being crying. I don't know if that makes any sense, but I feel like this track that you're kind of like crying into the arms of somebody again. You don't know what's gonna happen. You're just scared again. You're just scared again. That's how it is. And they're scared too. This time they're not comforting you. They're equally scared. It's not looking good. You don't know how much time you have left, really? Don't know how much time that time's gonna be spent being around properly, lucid if you will. Do me a favor, if you ever plan on listening to this album, make sure you do it in like a good mental space. Don't do it when you're going through stuff you're stressed about and scared. Um, this stuff is heavy, in my mind. If you interpret it the way that I do, I think a lot of others probably do it the same way. It's a heavy album. It's not friendly. Something else unfriendly is knowing that stage 4 could start at any moment, but I have a bad feeling that an ad is going to interrupt that. So for the most, there's no way I just did that. Okay, well, you know what? We're gonna. I'm messing things up. We're gonna rewind a little bit, and we're just gonna. I'm actually gonna refresh the page because I want to make sure that I don't get an ad going into stage 4. Give me an ad now. There we go. Okay. I can't believe I stopped it right when stage 4 was starting. That's insane timing. But whatever. I'll just put myself right in there. A little bit of extra mournful camaraderie for the time being, and then we'll get into the good stuff. I'm not sure I'm going to be taking that break. I might do it like straight in the center of the stream. So I think when I hit like 3 hours, 10 minutes maybe, I might go get a drink, food. Saad's here, I'm watching this while making pasta. Hey Saad, what's up? You came just in time for the hardest part of the album to get through. You just missed all the good stuff. Nice farewell to the enjoyable part of the album. Didn't really get a chance to talk about the album covers of stages 2 and 3, but they're both really nice. Stage 3 really encapsulates the what is going on in my head kind of vibe. It's very all over the place, and I think that fits really well. Stage 2 is really good too. I want to talk more about that maybe at the end, because I didn't talk about it while we were listening to it. I knew it was coming, and it still got me. Alright, well, here we are, stage 4. This is the part where I stop talking because I don't know what to say. Not a whole lot to discuss here with this one. Can't lie. This one, what's this one called? Stage 4. Oh, we can probably get the whole thing. I'll look it on my phone actually. What is the stage 4? What are the track names? This one is... Okay, I know it's called stage 4. Stop that. Top comment says, why is my dementia getting coke ads? Yeah, tell me about it. Stage 4 is where serenity and the ability to recall singular memories gives way to confusions and horror. It's the beginning of an eventual process where all memories begin to become more fluid through entanglements, repetition, and rupture. And the first track is Stage 4 Post-Awareness Confusions, which is the same name for track 2 and 4 of the same stage. This, track 3 is Temporary Bliss State. So what do you do? Like, what do you? I'm like, how did I handle 4.5 hours of this? Is my question. Because this is like this takes a lot to get through. This takes some constitution. I think we're officially a third of the way through the album, which is great and all, but I wish it was a bit more. I'm trying to think of music in this. I'm trying to like hear melodies. I'm trying to hear some sort of something. But I can't. There's just no recognizable melody or like anything in this. Which is exactly what it's supposed to sound like, I'm sure. Like it's supposed to be, you know, the confusion and the you know, there's more memories in this. This is all just you are existing. You do not see through your own eyes really. You're just kind of numb. There's some music. I hear some. My left ear. Oh, there he goes. That was nice while it lasted. The album art for this one's really good. I like the portrait kind of thing here with the. I want to say it's like a female portrait. Um, I know in my video I kind of describe this as likely the depiction of like you know the lover in the situation and how you've come to not put a face to the name anymore or any appearance for that matter. Just all kind of an incoherent mess. Really strong art with that. Right? Okay, because the longer I look at it now, it's like this could not be. This could be a portrait, just like not at all. This could be anything. This could be just paint on a surface, for all I care. It really just kind of messes with you the longer you look at it. But like, what is? No, it has to be a person because you can see the line of the nose here, the lips, the chin, the neck, the hair, the shoulders, the hair here. So it definitely is a person, but like you can easily just like if you blur your eyes, you know, you can kind of look at it and be like, yeah, this is just paint on a canvas. Interesting. Really isn't much to say during these stages, so I might just shut up for a while, to be honest. Oh, hello. As much as I don't really want to, because I know. But I mean, like, what do you say to this for 4.5 hours? I don't know. For reference. For reference. Okay. Jeez. For reference, I could drive to I could leave now from where I am. I'm in Ohio, and I could drive to Michigan right now. I could drive to Michigan and still have a solid like hour left in this album before I get to my destination. Really makes you think about what you could be doing with your time, what you could be doing better. And I could be doing homework right now, and I will at some point, but I'm trying to get through as as much of the stages like this as I can before I resort to doing something else. That's Heartaches. That's Heartaches. I'm surprised I caught that. That was really cool, actually. I think my next waypoint is just to get to, let's say, am I blind? What is up with this? Okay, so I'm looking at this line here, and it says the halfway point is right here. This is 3 hours 15 minutes. Is that not way to the right? I'm looking at my monitor right now, and my cursor is definitely more on the right side than the left. Or in the center. Right? Am I losing my mind? I can't. What is up with that? I gotta measure this out. No, yeah. 100%. This is further to the right than is the left or center. I'm losing my mind. But, like, I was gonna say, my next waypoint is gonna be, I think, 3 hours in right here. In the middle of temporary bliss, maybe after temporary bliss state. Yeah, I think the last part of stage 4 is where I'll take a break. For SOD, it looks the opposite. Really? Oh, wait, yeah, I forgot, because YouTube's weird, and it has a... OBS is being weird in that YouTube has a weird, like, aspect ratio where it's longer than usual. Let me see if I can center it real fast. There, 1 and 3, 1 and 3. So this is dead center. I do that, and I go to 3 hours, 15 minutes. There, okay. Is this not more to the right than the left? Because I feel like that's so right. I don't know. I can't tell. I gotta entertain myself somehow during these stages. Three 15, 15. Yeah, that is the. Let's see. I did just reset the aspect ratio, so it's gonna be a bit more to the left now, but like right around here. I don't think a 45-second or a 35-second difference is gonna make that much of a difference in the grand scheme of things. But I'll set up the aspect ratio again because this is important stuff. 195, 210. Okay. Carpal tunnel going through the exact second. This is basically dead centered again. Go to 315. So the closest I can get is 315, 21. That's right there. Everyone screenshot your devices right now and tell me if this is more right or left on your screen. I'm telling you it's to the right. I hear Heartaches a lot in there now. That's cool. I didn't know they had that, like, coherent of melodies in this stage. Hearing Heartaches is a nice breath of fresh air compared to the rest of this stage and stage 5 and stage 6. From what I remember, stage 6 isn't that bad. Stage 6 is mostly just drone. This is all like crackly. This is all messy. Stage 6 is mostly just like empty. And in a way, that's a lot more listenable than this because this is low-key. It's not giving me a headache, but if I get done with the stream and I have a headache by the end of stage 5, I'm not gonna be surprised. So these do loop, I've noticed. There is a loop in this track. It's not 20 minutes of like fresh content, not fresh content, you know, it's not all one long track. It does loop. So I've heard that same Heartaches like um melody a number of times now. So then it goes over to the other ear too. It starts on the right, goes to the left, and the left one is pitched down a little bit. That's cool. That's cool. Hanging in there. Ooh. Have not heard this yet though. This is disgusting. It's the whole like back and 42 ears thing. It's grotesque in a good way, of course, but like are we in a new song yet? We're not. Interesting. You know, now that I think about it, I do actually remember most of the post awareness stages being like each track or whatever would be split into almost two like sub tracks where like say this one, the first track of sub like stage 4 has like a first half and a second half, and clearly they sound very different. The second half has sounded very different than the like first half of this track. So I forgot about that. There's the new one, I bet. No? No, we're still in stage 4. Okay. Track 1. You fooled me, Caretaker. You fooled me 3 different times on the same track. Good for you. I hear tracks of, or like traces of a track from we heard earlier. I can't remember which one it was called, but I feel like it was one of the first ones we heard. Maybe it was. It wasn't this one. Wasn't this one. Wasn't this one. I think it might have been All That Follows Is True or Quiet Internal Rebellions. One of those two. But it was one of the first tracks we heard. I think we heard it again in stage 3. So whichever one it was that was in stage 1 and 3 like that, and not Heartaches, it was that one. I'm hearing it. I'm hearing traces of it in here. And this is the next track, right? No? You're joking. We still haven't got to the. Okay. I need to stop assuming. Oh my gosh. I just need to let the track continue. That's probably where it is. Because there's an ad. So. Yeah, this sounds new. This sounds like a new track. Sounds beautiful. Love this one. Because it's a weird, like, uncanny valley between sounding like an instrument and sounding like a voice just groaning in your ear. And that is a very uncomfortable feeling that I feel like they did very well. But also, it's uncomfortable. I don't like listening to it, so. This one's just rough. This one, there's no comment about this one. It's literally like starting and stopping in my ears, and it's not very pleasant on the ears for this one. That crackling I was talking about earlier, that was very prevalent in these 3 stages, is living up to its name. Hey AJ, what's up? Came at a great time. The lights, the sun went down. I'm taking a break at 3 hours into the stream. Cameras FNAFing occasionally? Yeah, that's been happening all stream, unfortunately. But I think it adds a lot of character to this part of the stream. I think kind of fits the music we're listening to right now. Lights will be on after my break, so I just wanna I don't wanna get I don't have like a two. I only want to get up like once, so at the 3 hour mark, I guess here at 3:14, I'll get up, turn on the lights. How's your pasta, son? If it's done. I can't tell what's the audio and what's supposed to be what's like cutting out if it is. Oh wait, I realized something. Yeah. 1, 2. It's just straight up turning off. It's just straight up stopping at some points, and I'm like, did my audio just unplug or something? It's really messing with me. Again, this uncanny valley where it's like, this could very easily be, I don't know what instrument it would even be, but some sort of a horn, where it could easily be a horn, or it could be a guy's like voice, I'm pretty sure it's a horn given the context of the the album and how everything else has mostly been like band related or like, you know, orchestral. But this, it's hard to tell sometimes. I cannot tell if this one's looping or not. I can't lie. I think it probably is because I don't think any tracks are going to be different for a whole 20 minutes of not looping. But this one's a lot less. I can't like place where I am in the track. The last one, that was different. I didn't like that. And this is where the second half of this, I don't like. We'll see. Is this the Hell Sirens? I thought the Hell Sirens were until stage 5. These are so the Hell Sirens. These are so the Hell Sirens. I know they are. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's just similar. Similar but different. You can kind of hear a bit of very, very deep buried like piano. Maybe you could for a second there, but like in the very, very back of this track, there's something nice hidden back there. Maybe. Maybe. That's LeBay. That's LeBay's delay right there. I'm catching these things. I'm catching them. If LeBay's delay wasn't, or LeBay, whatever the term is in or the name is in Empty Bliss Beyond This World, if that wasn't a trending song on TikTok, I don't think I would have caught that little like motif there. So shout out to people on TikTok who made that song. Oh my god. Here's the Hell Sirens. I remember this now. Here they are. Right? I'm not crazy, am I? Disgusting transition, by the way. I'm waiting for him. I know what they sound like. I'm waiting for him. I love that they included this, though. Having it segment... Oh my god, I can't talk during it. Dedicated to, you know, trauma and like a war. So I think that's what this is supposed to convey. Yeah. Yeah. Goodness. I mean, could you imagine just skipping through this album and clicking on that part? God, it is disgusting. In the best, again, I keep saying it, the best way possible. Like, this is peak production here. But my God, is that like. It stops. I thought it was gonna hit me again. Is this a new track? No, it's still the first one. We still got another like 6 minutes of this one. I'm so glad they added a Hell Sirens part to the album. It's just like a. I didn't know what it was at first. I think on my first listen, I was like, oh wow, these are just scary sounds. To go on to the already unnerving nature of this album, but the fact that it's supposed to be resembling, war memories or war flashbacks, I think, are really, it really comes together nicely. I actually, I looked into this one video. I didn't watch it all. I definitely skipped through it enough to see the main gist of it. But there is this Everywhere at the End of Time full album with visuals, which is really, really unique. And very impressive too, because it's a very, very long video, and to have to come up with like visual displays for each part of each track is like a ton of work. So props to the guy who made that. And I think that was like a few years ago where I looked through some of those and saw what the visual depictions of them were. So maybe somewhere deep within my subconscious is where the scenes that accompany each track in my mind come from. Maybe I'm thinking like, oh, this one track is because you're in a car. It's like, oh, you're in a car, you're in the city, and maybe that's from where that video put you or something. Maybe. But where I'm going with this is that they had a really, really cool depiction of that Hell Sirens part, and I strongly recommend you guys go check it out because it's so dope. I can't remember exactly what it looks like. I just know it was very, very powerful for what it was. Very effective. And I was considering like, oh, I could watch that video instead of stare at the album art for this whole stream. But I thought if I want to get the right type of listen, will be just the straight album itself. No ifs, no buts. Just straight 6.5 hours of this. No visual accompaniment to make things a bit easier. I guess now it's not a bad time to talk about some channel stuff. So, as you know, I've uploaded pretty much, I think, 2 videos a year for the last, like, 2 or 3 years. 1 video per year has been the Valentine's Day tradition video, which this year's came out a year ago today. And the other video has been a miscellaneous. I think it was, had a few random ones come up. I think it was like a Lethal Company video. Last year's had a, one of them had an extra Leprechaun video. I know, I got stupid videos coming out. And I definitely have stopped producing things a lot. I've definitely stopped creating videos for you guys compared to what I used to do. Because, I mean, my kick of making videos was back when I was in high school. I had nothing going on. COVID had hit. And I was able to just sit back all night and edit videos of me and my friends doing stuff. But obviously things have very much changed since then. I have a life now. I have to do things. and so creating content's obviously harder. I still think that live streaming is something that I've always had interest in, and honestly, I'm having a lot of fun doing this. I don't care if I have 1 viewer right now, or if I have 0, or if I have 2. But it's always, I think it is fun to have experiences like this where I can just kind of do what I want to do and do it while sharing it with, like, you know, the public. I don't have to like edit anything. I just do the recording, or I do the stream, and then I get saved somewhere. So I'm not opposed to the idea of doing more streams in the future. Not of this, obviously, but I was actually very close to cross streaming this on Twitch as well, but I couldn't figure it out. I didn't have enough time today to try and figure it out before I wanted to start the stream. So, oh, sorry. What was I gonna say? I was gonna cross stream on Twitch, which is something interesting. Anyways, here's the new track, Temporary Bliss State. I've heard this one's supposed to be a break from what we've been hearing, and I genuinely just think it's worse than what we've been hearing. Hot take: Temporary Bliss State is not bliss at all. It's actually worse. But anyways, I think being on Twitch is cool. I think it's a cool idea. I have not streamed on Twitch since 2022. I haven't streamed anywhere since 2022, as you know. But and if there's any way I can cross stream, I want to figure that out. And then if maybe I'll do more streams in the future. It's not a thought that is like I'm turned away from. I think it'd be really fun to do that. And something that I want to stream next week when it comes out is the new layer of Ultra Kill, because there's a new layer coming out. Fraud is finally releasing next week. Don't know when, but that would be a really fun thing to stream, so I can kind of archive my first experience with it and share it with you guys. So that's probably be happening next week at some point whenever Fraud drops. I'll try to make time for it because it sounds really, really fire to play that. It'll obviously be a bit more, what's the word, enjoyable, more watchable, more entertaining than this. This is a very, very experimental and very not traditional first stream to have back in, 4 years of not streaming. So hopefully other ones to do in the future will be more inviting, more fun for you guys. I've also tossed, whatever that word is, the idea of in a way switching channels, like not being on this one that much, if at all. I kind of want to start fresh in a way where I feel like going forward, I don't see myself publishing things that are going to be like what I've published in the past, and I've published so many things in the past. I think I have maybe like 100 or so videos up public right now. Probably like 50 up in public right now. But I mean, there are over 1,000 unlisted, restricted, private videos that only I can see on my page, and they are from a long time ago, where I was, straight up a kid, just like children doing things, being stupid. And that is stuff on my channel, which obviously, even though you guys still can't see it now, I do not dislike the idea of starting anew. Because I have goals with where I want to be in the future. I have things I want to do, and I feel like a community based on a new channel, like, you guys can obviously come to a new channel if it ends up happening. I'll gladly invite you guys to all come to this one. But the goals that I have, and if I want to have a following, if I want to have things publicized, I want to have streams and videos with you guys still, I'd want it to be, if any of these videos are related to these goals I have in the future, I don't want them to be a different alias, a different channel. This one's great and all, but it's not really the one I would have be, if I ever get anywhere, I want to be on a different channel, I think. All that said, I could just never stream again, and that's a non-zero possibility after today, because today was a stream, of course. But and I say I have motivation now to stream more, but in a week after exams, after classes, that could so easily just deteriorate away and just crumble, fall apart, you know. So I have no idea what the future holds with that. I have desires, I have dreams, I have goals, um, and if I want to make content on YouTube or Twitch, whatever platform, revolving around those goals, specifically, I feel like that is something I'd want to do on a different channel. This one would still be existing. I just don't know what I'd post on it, other than maybe the Valentine's Day video over here. Um, so I don't know. I'm not sure what's gonna happen with the channel. I have things I want to do. I have things I don't want to do. I have ideas. I have. I don't have any plans yet to actually execute, but thoughts are crossing my mind. And to those of you who are brave enough to look through this entire VOD for this part of the stream, props to you. You've got the intel. So I'm sure I have more I want to mention, but I'll bring it up later if I remember it. In the meantime, I just want to listen to this really nice bliss state that, you know, has been gifted to me so graciously. Because it's so nice to listen to. I hope some expert in the comments, if this VOD ever gets more viewers, I hope some expert in the comments can tell me if this bliss state is supposed to be the same sample as Bewildered in Other Eyes, the music box one we heard in stage 3, because they sound very similar, but I'm not sure if it's the same sample or not, because I don't know either of them well enough to be able to compare them. I can recognize motifs from, you know, Back There Benjamin, or Lebay Delay, or Heartaches, but the moment you tell me recognize this track that isn't, you know, blown up by pop culture on TikTok, I'm like, no, I can't tell you what that is. I can't name it. So it is freezing in my room right now, I'm not gonna lie. I'm so cold. Again, I turn on my heat, but that's gonna be loud. Cannot do that. I'm trying to think, who all do I know who has listened to this album before? Because I know Ryan listened to it, and I don't know how he got through. I don't know how he got through these stages, because these just take forever. And I remember, again, last time I did this, I would get on, like, again, single player Gary's mod, and just run around. I wouldn't spawn anything in. I wouldn't spawn any NPCs. I wouldn't use any weapons. I would just go to the camera tool and just wander through a town. Because something that's not ridiculous to say is that single player Gary's mod can be very unnerving and very, like, liminal if you do it correctly. So, and I think that fits the aesthetics of some parts of this album for sure. And I'm trying to picture in my head, like, where is this fall in terms of, like, being someone who's dealing with dementia. Like, I know the first three stages, I could put a scene to every song. I could put a scene to every track, every aesthetic. I'd be like, oh yeah, this very blatantly reminds me of being, or like doing this. But these, there's edits I have nothing to go off of. I could say, oh, this reminds me of a scene of being, of sitting somewhere and just not existing. This is something you can play while you're being just like floating in space, which is not something I think a common dementia patient undergoes. I say patient as if it's not a sickness, it's not a virus. It's just a condition that you develop when you're old. Most people have it when they get old. I need to nail that into my head. I need to remember these things. And I could still be wrong. I still don't listen. I took a psychology class in high school, so I mean I should know this by now, but I still don't know exactly what you'd consider dementia. I think it's just a mental condition that you develop. It's not a sickness, or it is a sickness, but it's not a virus. Tell Will from 2021 that, and he would have his mind blown, you know? This is 100% the same sample as Builder in Other's Eyes. I refuse to, I'm gonna pick another, like, hold on. Let me try something. That message? No, it did not. Okay. So, everywhere at the end of time, samples. You can see the cursor, that's funny. Something else crazy that there's like vinyls of this album out there. Tell me you wouldn't need like 18 discs to be able to play all these, right? That's like I just can't imagine. Okay, so sample list for I1 temporary bliss state. Yeah. Prettiest little song of them all, or prettiest little song of all, is the track that is used in Blitter in Other Eyes, or in this one. This one has prettiest little song of all. So if I go back to stage 3, which I know you guys can't see this on the screen right now, but I'm doing my own private research. Let's see. Yeah, prettiest little song of all is here, and it is in track E7, which if I go back to the album, E7 is builder another. Yeah, so I was right. I was right. See, I can pick things up. Tell me why this Bliss state is easier to listen to than the actual music box track in stage 3. Hot take. This is better. I don't know about that actually. I might take that back, but I started streaming at I don't know when, but it's just about 7 p.m. now. Getting there. That's bright. It's very bright. Oh my god. I got an error on OBS. I'm like, what is this all about? And it's not really telling me. Temporary block because you detected audio blowing to somebody else. Okay. I was wondering if that was going to happen at any point. Is it still up is my question. Yeah, it's blocked. Okay. Interesting. I'll work on that. We'll see what happens. Very sorry about that. We're back, I think. Um, yeah, we're back. Do not know exactly what happened. I think a sudden copyright strike kind of thing happened, which actually I don't think it did, but some sort of policy violation. So I'm gonna keep an eye on things. If it goes down again, we'll try and fix it again and make sure it doesn't happen again. In the meantime, we're still in temporary bliss state, so yippee! Love this track. I'm thinking for the break that I'm gonna take might actually be after. Might be when stage 5 starts. Might be right before stage 5 because I think it's a better break spot than middle of stage 4, I guess. So we have this one, then we have one more post awareness confusions before we get into stage 5, which I don't really remember much about, to be honest. It's very, I don't want to say it's a forgettable stage, but I don't remember that much. I remember it just being all right. Third time's the charm. We got it this time, right? We're we're skipping past the rest of the bliss state in case that's a random case that just spawns copyright strikes. Plus, I only had like a minute left anyway, so I think it's not too much being cut off. So currently, we're on the last post-awareness confusions of stage 4. If this goes down again, I genuinely just do not know what I'm going to do about it, because I am not sure how to fix that, per se. But we'll see. In a way, this one feels nicer to listen to than the Bliss State did, which is surprising, because I thought this was going to be a lot worse, because it's like, it's supposed to be a Bliss State. The Bliss State is not, it's not friendly. It gets you copyright strikes. So, slightly biased against the Bliss State here. I think this one's, I take that back. Maybe this one's a bit more rough to listen to, but at least it doesn't get me taken down yet. Knock on wood. I don't know if you guys can hear that beeping. My roommate's air frying something. Trying a new approach this time, and where we we don't use the officially licensed video. Don't sue me for this. But this is a different video, not uploaded by a VVM test. Not that it's a problem. I don't know why. because people have streamed this audio or this album plenty of times before. I've never heard of them having any copyright problems really. Which also is weird because I know that they added ads to the video too. So I'm curious about that. Why there's ads on the album as well. But here's this one. It's a re-upload by Dark Ambience, and I like the use of the probably like iMovie or your standard like Apple editing software text on the bottom to tell you what song you're in. So hey, now you guys can see what song we're listening to, whenever we want. If this doesn't work, I just do not know what other solutions I can do. We'll see. But I'm hoping this does, because I don't know how to fix it otherwise. Yeah, so yeah, it's been going up and down a lot recently, unfortunately. I have like one more solution I can think of, and that is to just go to stage 5 and not do the rest of stage 4 because I mean all of stages 1, 2, and 3 were not a problem. Is the thing I'm wondering about is like they weren't taken down at all, but stage 4 specifically has been a mess. So maybe I could just go to see if stage 5 works, we'll go the rest of the stream. If it does not work and I keep crashing, I do not know how else to fix it. I may have to not finish it. I don't know. I mean, there's this. I don't know why all of a sudden it's a problem. I've never had this before, and nobody else has really either. I'm working on a few more things just to see if anything else gets fixed. And yeah, worst case scenario, may need to call off the rest of the stream, unfortunately. Very heartbreaking, I know. I'm looking for comments in the video, the original video, the VBM test one, or VBM is it test? Yeah. About people complain about ads and stuff being there. So I wonder if maybe the stream is like monetized now, or like the video is. Not mine, but the again the what's the word? The original like ever at the end of time like full collection video. I wonder if that's monetized now. I'm sure it was, but I'm wondering if there's some like policy that changed with it in the last X amount of time that made it so you are not able to live stream it or something. Maybe. We'll see. But we're gonna try one more time. We're gonna try going straight to stage 5. Ignore these things at the top. I've been trying to figure this out. If this does not work, I am afraid we'll have to call off the rest of the stream, which is unfortunate, but at least we got like almost 4 hours out of it, so there's that. Here's stage 5. Sounds great, doesn't it? I definitely hear. I do definitely hear like voices in this one. I can't be alone in that. It's in my right ear. There is vocal accompaniment, which is something new. We don't hear that much in this, or at least not that I know of. I've guessed a couple times that there have been, but I don't think this is. I think this is like as real as it gets. That scared me. This stage sucks. It's not bad. It's not bad as in like it's bad quality, but like it's just not fun to listen to. cannot be enjoying this one right now. This has to be the hardest one to listen to, right? I mean, it's this or 4. And 4 was a bit better than I remember it being. This one is actually just not enjoyable. So as you can see, it did not go so well. Um, I don't know if there's really a solution to this at this point. Um, it's ironic that I was talking about how Stage 5 is the hardest to listen to, and I immediately just got like struck down like, shut up. It's a good album. It is. It's very good. I do not know how to get around this. I will not be honest. If I can figure it out, maybe I'll find out some way to stitch together the rest of the listen. But for the time being, I do not think it is worth going back and forward every 5 minutes between having a down phase and an up phase. So think of the stream as more as not as a full listen, but you know, a full remembrance of the first 3 stages that are the real meat of the album itself. Listen to that together, you know, that all went well, and that's the important stuff. I'd rather these parts get taken down than the iconic, you know, stages 1, 2, and 3 music, which is much more recognizable. What was I gonna say? I do not see any solution for this, and I'll probably be ending the stream here because I don't want to struggle with this. Really, I just kind of like, if it's not gonna work, it's not gonna work. That's how it is. So, with that said, I guess I'm calling it here. Again, if I figure something out, I will figure something out. But if not, which is probably what's gonna happen, that's okay. I'll probably try to. I still do want to stream the new Ultra Kill layer next week when it comes out, so I might be up for that. stay tuned for that. It might be on Twitch too if I can figure it out. But until then, thank you guys for tuning in for this so far. I'm glad we at least got the first 3 stages done, and most of stage 4. That was fun to re-experience, and the idea is there. It's not a failed stream. I'm okay with it. The only thing we're really missing out on in the next, 3 hours of listening is the very, very ending, the last 5 minutes, and that's okay. I'm not too upset about that. So, thank you guys for coming out. I appreciate it. It was fun doing this again. Hope to do this again soon. Hopefully a bit more successful, but that's okay. Thank you guys for coming out, and I'll see you guys sometime soon.